Alrighty, I think this is working. Seems like we're live. Anyway, hope your day is going well. Just got back from the DC trip, Washington, DC, which was quite the experience. A lot of new things, a lot of new people, a lot of new places, a lot of new events, many things I've never done before. Some of the conferences were kind of a drag, but as it is, definitely worth doing. Experience breeds creativity. So now, let's see. Got a bunch of more pieces. Disassembled some of our previous models. Get quite a lot more kit bash stuff. I'm hoping to use a lot more of them for this model. Like actually using them rather than like picking and choosing a few here and there. Just learning, keep building, growing, getting to where I need to be. So I said this would be the ultimatum once I hit this period, and it's been kind of delayed because of all these things that are happening where I'm going around doing things and homework and just all these stupid little like papers and just a lot of different things having to do with school holding me back kind of. But yeah, they're just little things. They should be treated as little things. Big things matter a lot more. So I was thinking about it, and I was going to attack the castle. The walking castle. Let's see if I can open it. This one. I was going to modularize this, make it so it's importable into Unreal Engine, make it so it's walkable. But it's a little too difficult to pull off at the same time as schoolwork, so we'll probably just... I did choose between this or the Beast, so it's the past or the future. And I have chosen the Beast because that'll be easier to pull off with all this other nonsense going on. So this is the ultimatum right now, right here. We shall finish this beast. We shall slay this beast. This thing that has been floating around for years. Just picking at it for a little bit and then leaving it alone for way too long. Yeah, we're gonna finish this. The model today will be the last model before we do this. So this is it. We're doing it. But anyway, for this model, I was thinking we're gonna have to do some architecture, I think. I took another poll on Instagram, and I signed myself up for some architecture today. So I was thinking, well, I want to make something to do with a cutaway, because I wanted something fancy, something complicated, something detailed. Stuff like that, maybe. I like that. That's fancy stuff. And what else? I had made a previous model in this same avenue. This same faucet. Looks like such and such. One of my friends were doing a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. They're like, can you make this house that I made in The Sims into 3D? I was like, okay. We can do that. It was a lot of fun, actually. Just to make little things rather than big things. Just a bunch of little stuff, yeah. It was fun. Like, just making different objects that have something to do with whoever lives there. Like, kind of weaving a story, almost. Kind of figuring out their personalities by the rooms they're in. Yeah, there's the spider's nest. Yeah, my Dungeons & Dragons character had a pet spider, of course. Didn't see that coming. But anyway, so that's what we're going to do today. I was thinking, well, what universe should it be in if we're going to do some world building? Well, I think it should be in the same universe as the game itself. And that's what I call Zeo. And these are the creatures that live there. So these are the creatures that will inhabit this thing we're about to make. They're roughly 140 centimeters. Yeah, that's our proper size. So we're going to make that. We'll drop in some references, maybe. We'll make some reference... I mean, like, what do you call them? Section planes. Sketchup is pretty good with those. I don't know if we'll build it like it's a cross-section or use section planes. And a section plane is this thing right about here. Where you can make a cross-section. And it treats solids as kind of like this. which is interesting, which you can turn that off in the settings. Section cuts right here. So yeah, very interesting. You can nest these, you can animate these. They can be animated with the, what do you call them, the scenes as well, which is very interesting. Which I don't know if we'll utilize that, but it's an idea. Anyway, something like that. Futuristic flavored. We're not going to be traditional today, I don't think. More along the lines of this kind of stuff. Because that's the architecture of Zeo, but also there'll be some traditional things in the same universe, but not today. Which this is pretty cool. Like, we should make like something like this. Like super complicated. Wouldn't take too long. I don't think, but yeah, that's a lot of fun. I think the idea is this world building, so you have to actually think about it. Like, where do these things come from and where they go? Cotton Eye Joe, but I just throw things together and hope for the best. For the stream, that's what I do anyway. So we'll try to think about it halfways, I guess, while we're doing it. But anyway, we're going to spam a lot of this stuff. Like, I want details, so probably best to work in monochrome. Anyway, we'll get started on that. So I hope you enjoy. Hello, hello. How is your day going? Holokoa? Holokoa. I don't know how to pronounce stuff. Trying to think, where are we going to go with this? Something like this. Yeah, doing stuff. It's finally good to be doing things. Haven't been doing any creative stuff lately. Yeah, I could be better, honestly. Kind of burnt out. It's good to be doing stuff. Finally. Just blocking this out, getting an idea. Think what we're gonna do. Yeah, we got all sorts of cool stuff. We got some new pieces from our previous models. Some gears and stuff. And this thing, I like this thing. That's pretty cool, actually. We'll part it out. Take off pieces and stuff. Ah, the furniture. I mean, this is not furniture, but let's take a look at that. Right about here. So I made this for a Dungeons and Dragons map for my friend. He's like, can you make this house that our dwarves live in? I was like, okay. I mean, he used some Sims screenshots and I just made it 3D for him. It was a lot of fun. Making little stuff. Putting it all together. I mean, it's not a great house design, but it's cute. We got some Sims music to go in with it. Go into the front door, go to the entryway. Cool dragon. Fun stuff. It's kind of like The Sims. You can open the fridge. Get some stuff. So yeah. And it kind of weaves a story, like the individual rooms have different things for their personalities, kind of. A few of these things are from the warehouse, the 3D warehouse. Like 80% of it I made, but yeah, some of it's from the warehouse. Orc's nest. Why does it live in a house like that? Indeed. I mean, I wouldn't live here, but it's nice. It has some cool stuff. Ah, fancy. It's got the beer stuff. It got all the cool things. Has the funny. And also there's like a step stool here because there's dwarves that live here. Like small chairs for the dwarves, regular chair for a person, I guess. Tiny table. And here's a forge that's in the garage. So we can make weapons and stuff. Just little fun stuff. Traditional fantasy. A change of pace. Because I'm just so used to sci-fi. So, yeah. It's that stuff. Oh, here's all the stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Minecraft lava. It looked like lava from far away. That's what matters. Yeah, it's just tiles. It's a lie. It's all a lie. Let's see. So yeah, all this fun stuff. Which I don't know if medieval houses have bathrooms and stuff. I highly doubt it. It's kind of a mix of things. It's kind of like cat fantasy, half not. It's all a lie. The cake is a lie. But nah. We'll find truth. Yeah, it's fun though. It was a lot of fun making it. Finally, something small and easy. Not crazy like this. So today we're gonna make like a cutaway like that, except futuristic flavored. So, but these are our references. I want to make something like that. That'd be so cool. I like that kind of stuff. I mean, these are fantasy though. It'll be more like this though, not kind of fantasy. Futuristic. As is. So yeah. And these will be the inhabitants of it. These little people creature things. So yeah. We have to figure it out though. No baking pizza in the lava. Yep. Can't do that. So I think what we're gonna do is make kind of like a depot. I think what we'll do is have like a vehicle hangar right here. Perhaps like living quarters right here. Or perhaps like a command station right here that's a little bit taller. Or maybe this is the vehicle depot and this is the house. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So a little house right here maybe. One floor is about yay high. Something like that. Yeah, cyber house. A really big cyber house. I would be more like a building. Like, kind of big, to be honest. Perhaps we should make it smaller. Better person. So we have our scale. Something like that. I want a lot of greebles though. We're going to use a lot of this stuff. So I have decided we're going to do that. Hopefully. But first of all, we have to make it so it's kind of a cross section almost. Or like this. Something like that. Perhaps. So yeah, got back from the DC trip. It was kind of a drag. I mean, just the conferences. The actual DC itself was really, really cool. Got to see the Washington Monument, got to see the Capitol. My favorite part was the Smithsonian. Like, I learned a lot from that. Now that was cool, that was fun. So yeah, I haven't been in a museum in so long. It was about time to do that. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of burnt out from it though. Like, haven't been able to do any creative stuff for a long time. So yeah, it's good to be making creative things again. Finally. Which, yeah, I haven't made a cross-section before. I made a house, like that sim-style thing, but I've never made an actual cross-section. So it's going to be a learning experience. Hold up. Okay, that'll should be the barracks. Now let's see what we can steal from here. I want... it's hard to choose. We'll start blocking out more. 48 sides, please. Anyway. So yeah. And also I was saying, this is going to be the last model. As in the last small model. This is it. The next model will be a big one. Try to learn looking. Yeah. I wish I should be making tutorials, honestly. Because there's not really a whole lot. Because I'm just doing stuff. Like how... It's kind of difficult to learn when you're just watching someone, I guess. Because they don't actually explain what's going on. I can't explain what's going on a lot of times. Like what's going through my mind when I'm doing this. Because a lot of it's very procedural. I don't actually think while I'm doing it. The less I think, the better, actually. Let's see. But yeah, I just don't have. I can't find the time to actually do tutorials. Oh, cool. Which I'm sure there's an easier way to make a cross section. I haven't actually made one, so it's going to be a learning experience. Actually, no, I made that house. That's fun. You learn by doing. Let's see. A lot of it's only like apparent afterwards, like a lot of this stuff. Like, you can't really learn it while it's happening, but then you look at it afterwards and you're like, oh, wait, hold on. Let's see, something like... I mean, 'cause it's all really basic stuff. Like, extrusions, mirror, copy, paste. Hey, don't do that. It's really kind of simple, really. But then it's like... putting them in the right spots is where the complexity comes in. And then that's just something... How can you learn? I guess you could learn that by watching. Already? Something like that. Alrighty. Oh yeah. Got off track. So this will be the second to last. No, not second to last. This is the last. I'm gonna finish the beast once and for all. I was thinking about it. I actually made a list of the things I have to change on it. Let me see if I can pull it up. It shall be... What do you call it? I like to have cool code names for the projects that are actually big. Like for Starlight, I called it Project Starlight. Like a Japanese anime kind of thing. Let me see, like this one. Like right here, I was like, Project Starlight is a go! And then did like an anime stance or something. Yeah. So that's what, so the next project that I'm actually going to name, it's a named project now since it's going to be a big one, is going to be called Project Beast Slayer. Which you can kind of see where that's going. Yes! Is this a JoJo reference? Yeah, that's going to be this one. We're going to finish this guy, once and for all. Project Beast Slayer. Oh yeah. That's going to be fun. Like, I have a big list of things I have to do to it. All this different stuff. I don't know if you can read it, though. Is this a JoJo reference? Yeah. So these are all the things I have to do to it. Like, we're gonna have to make it like a playable space, kind of. And stuff like that. Ooh. It's kind of difficult to render with profiles. Like, we're gonna have to redo a lot of things, like actual angles, because these will be modular guns. You'll be able to change out these guns, so we have to make them so you have to modular and stuff. Also, make it so there's different angles of attack. You have to make it so it works. This will pivot whenever it goes off of things. And the eyes will compensate whenever it does that. Different secondary motions like that. Also, the gun pivot has to support multiple types of weapons. This will be where the gun actually is. But also be able to take off the gun make it so it's like a support role. So we have to make it so this right here is an actual module. And this right here is just a big long corridor. But we have to have a playable space here. So you can actually fight on the inside of this thing. And that means to take out some of these supports right here, because they're actually kind of superfluous. Because they don't really actually support a whole lot. Just this assemblage right here, which can be supported from the front and not the middle. So yeah. So that'll be Project Beast Slayer. And that'll happen right after the one we make today. This is it. We're gonna do it. No messing around this time. I probably won't be on the stream, I don't think. This is more like you have to plan it ahead, kind of. This is not something I can just automatically do. So this, yeah, I won't stream this. I don't know if I'll... I don't know. We'll see what I'll do for the next stream. No, it's just time. How to control that stuff. Like, I'm the one that made it, so I kind of know what's going on, I guess. Oh, I mean, like, I've memorized it. Like, when you're making it, it takes a long time, so you kind of memorize it. You know where every piece is, kind of. And if you don't know where it is, you'll know it when you see it. I mean, I do anyway. Just because I've been exposed to this for a very long time. We're also going to split all this up, because this whole mechanics system right here doesn't actually work. Because what has to happen is there has to be like a jet right here to support lateral motion. Because the whole thing will be able to skid. Like this whole thing, you'll be able to drift this thing. It's 200 meters tall, but you're drifting like Tokyo Drift. Because it's on hovercraft skates, kind of. So that'll be pretty cool. But yeah, there's a lot of dynamics you have to figure out for that though, because also the knees are inverted on the y-axis. Like they actually bend on a roll rather than a pitch. So what has to happen is the whole foot assemblage has to have roll as well to compensate. I can grab it right here. It has to go like this whenever it's going over terrain. But yeah, we have to fix that though, because also the whole foot assemblage has to, what do you call it? Yaw as well. It has to turn. Because it can already turn right here, but it's like, the reason it's going to turn that way as well is because it has to have more responsive, kind of. This thing is it's a rapid response vehicle. It gets the gun there fast. I mean, relatively fast. So, yeah. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. We'll get there. It's a mess, but we'll make it so it's not a mess. I'll also clean up some of the polygons as well, so it's not so inefficient. Alrighty. Anyway, fix this up. So I've never actually made like a proper cross section. I was thinking about using section planes, but then I'm kind of going against that a little bit because how are you going to work on the model with section planes at the same time? I think what we could do is just make it so it's, you put in all the objects and then put in like a, yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll put in the objects with this framework, then we'll cover it with these panels, and then we'll do the section plane. Like for example, like that kind of. And then we'll do this thing right here. Like right there kind of. But we'll make it nested inside the component as well. Like right here. Then we'll turn on section plane fill. There we go. Something like that. Invisible components. Yeah, something like that. That's cool. Spooky. Anyway. gonna have to have multiple section planes if we're gonna have a ceiling. Wait, we'll make these unique. Get rid of this for now. Hide these for now. Put our components around. We'll make it a framework. So this one, if we're gonna make a framework, should go like this. Let the sun in. Yeah. No ceilings here. Have a sunroof on your house. They call them skylights. Yeah, I was about to freak out. I was like, sunroof on a house? Wait, they already do that. I'm not an architect. I respect architects. I see the cool things they make that are like... There's some really cool architecture out there. It's crazy. Yeah, Sketchup's like designed for architecture, kinda. So the things that people make in Sketchup are usually architecture. There's also a lot of cool futuristic stuff too, though. Yeah, it's like modern houses. Oh yeah, yeah. Like futuristic. There's also some really cool classical architecture too. I was there in DC and I was like, wow. I was looking at all the cool architecture. Blowing my mind. Really cool. I think what we could do, if we wanted to get fancy, is we could potentially make it so individual components have some sort of transparency. But maybe we could work with them that way. I think. I don't know. A lot of different ways you can cut it. This is too tall. Something like that. Alrighty. So this will be like the house, kind of. This over here will be like a depot, kind of. Is the bathroom. Well, yeah. Could you imagine not having a bathroom? I mean, that would probably be the first thing you'd want in a house. I think. More or less. Alrighty, we've got our mess here. I don't think the translucency is a good idea, honestly. Too much complexity. Already? So if this guy goes here, he's fine, right? Yep. Actually, I think we'll add lines as well, just for flavor. Pee Wee Herman. Pee Wee Herman, we have someone at the front desk for you. Something like that. So yeah. Mystery. Ah, hello, Leo Hominis. How's your day going? Yeah, we're gonna make something... Oh, I know what we can do. If we're gonna make a framework, might as well make it a real framework. Hello, hello. Indeed. So what we need is like a mechanical station right here. Something like that. So yeah. Yeah, just kind of burnt out. But it rained today. That's what matters. Little things matter. When it rains outside, it's like, yes, finally. Because I live in a place where it doesn't rain very often. It invigorates you. Little things. Let's see, I'm getting texts from people. Quit. How do people get my number? Hold on. This goes down here. Hey. Yeah, rain is nice. Actually, we had a tornado warning. Actually, I mean, not warning. Watch. But then it was like kind of tame, actually. The rain, whatever. I was hoping for a tornado. I was like, yes, please. Make it exciting. Well, actually, no. Because then it might hurt someone. I don't want that to hurt anybody. So yeah. Yeah, nothing really happened. Actually, I went out, I took my bike into the rain. I wanted to feel it. And I got pretty much soaked, as predicted. Yes, tornadoes. We need more tornadoes. I want to see a tornado in real life. Like that's on my bucket list. It's been there for a very long time, actually. I've always wanted to see a tornado. It has a spiritual connection. Too many faces, yeah. So that's before I leave this corporeal realm, I wish to see a tornado. A simple thing. Twisting air. But it holds value to us simple creatures. At least to some esoteric ones, anyway. Spinning infraction. That guy is breaking the law. 300 miles an hour is over the speed limit. Gotta pull over that twister. Reminds me of a painting I saw. It was some cowboys that had their lasso out and they're about to lasso a tornado. Actually, the place I used to live had a tall tale where a cowboy caught a tornado. And I think, yeah, I drew a picture of them kind of a different way. They had a lasso, and they were going to lasso a plane. Like an aircraft, like a, what do you call it, 747? Some inspiration there. Gonna lasso some silly stuff. Anyway. Something like that. No floorboards here. Something like that. I think we'll make the walls modular. Something perhaps. There's some cool stuff you can do, like make them so they're like unique. Like, what do you call them? Dynamic components, you can make them so they scale dynamically. I wonder if there's a tool for that. Like a smart scale tool. Here, let's test something quick. Because if I scaled it regularly, it would be like kind of thinner. Perhaps if we tried this radio scale. Still the same. We shall capitulate. There. Anyway. Hi. Did you get a new mic? Is it worse? Is the... what do you call it? Audio quality worse, or is it better? Yeah, hit it to me straight. Cool. Yeah, it's the same one. Maybe it's just a different position, maybe. Not sure. Or maybe you got new headphones. Or new speakers. How was the trip? Ah, it was very good. I dig it. I mean, some of the conferences were really boring, but I went to the Smithsonian, I went to the Capitol, I saw the... Ah, there's plugin guy. Yep, indeed, indeed. I went to, what do you call it? The Washington Monument, like that huge kind of obelisk thing. I went to that right at sunset. So that was pretty cool. They're having like a political rally or something. Something to do with Iran. Ah, the Natural History Museum at Washington, D.C. is where I went to. I liked it. That's really cool. I haven't been to a museum in so long. I liked it a lot. It was really well done. I think where we can go with that. Yes, it's so cool. They had like dinosaur bones, and they had like all these cool exhibits of creatures and stuff. And they had so many like early hominid skulls and bones and stuff. It was like really interesting seeing all the whole history of it. Very cool indeed. Yeah. We learned a lot. Inspiration, yeah, definitely. Experience makes creativity. I was looking at these cool things. Like, I was like, kind of like, how? Some of these creatures were like really crazy. Like some of the... There's this deer that had like antlers that were bigger than its whole body, it looked like. Which, that's an exaggeration, but it looked like it. And also, like, there was a sloth that had, like, the strangest proportions. The thing is huge. Like a giant sloth. Oh, yeah. cool. Interview. Honestly, I was looking at it, I was like, do I really know what I'm talking about? Like, a lot of the stuff I was saying are kind of redundant. And kind of like, what do you call it? Theoretical. No practicals. Your recognition. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, to be honest, I could get it pretty, if I wanted to. It's just kind of like trickling in just right now because I'm getting out there a little bit to get new experiences, and it's kind of like on the side I'm getting some recognition. Like I could just actually make things people want to see. That would help. So yeah, I just haven't been focusing on that. But yeah, thanks though. Thank you very much. We'll get there. Just keep making things is all. Recognition happens on its own. We're not there yet. There's still a lot that has to happen. Because these are pieces of a whole. Like, these individual models aren't, like, amazing. In my opinion. It's when you put them together is whenever they're going to shine. And that's when things really start happening. So yeah, I guess I'm just not proud of anything yet. Once we finish the beast though, then we'll start actually posting a lot. So that's something I will be proud of. Let's see. Scorpion! Oh yeah, thanks. I should make more animations actually. I just didn't have time. That was kind of I had to leave for the trip when I was making that. And I really had to speedrun the thing. Yeah, I didn't have time. Oh yeah, and here's what that looks like with the render. I think I have it on the back end here. Let me just leave it on this for a second. I like this picture right here. That's so cool. Let's see. Picture. Here we go. This is what the render looks like. Pretty snazzy. Okay, so I was putting it in Blender because I was trying out Blender because I was doing a course for my school. I couldn't get the fire to work in Blender, so I was like, okay, never mind, I'm going back to 3ds Max. So that was the only reason. But yeah, so this is 3ds Max. Indeed. Got some nice stuff there. That makes a nice render. Actually, I did something different for this one. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Actually, instead of using a texture map, I tried using a, what do you call it? Ambient occlusion in the V-Ray. So that doesn't actually have a texture map, no UV coordinates at all. And I got some inspiration for that from some 3D printing someone's been doing for me. Like, they were, what do you call it? Coloring some of the prints using ambient occlusion. Yeah, make a pizza. Like right here, there's Thanos in the background. Like he was kind of coloring them like this. And it gave me some inspiration. I was like, hold on, that's just using the cavity map. Like, there's one more, I think. Right here. So we could get a lot of detail just from that. So what I did was I took the ambient occlusion and just put it on there. It looks like it has a texture map, but it doesn't. Which made it a lot faster because I had a very short amount of time to make this. So I really had to speed it up. Which, on the side, there's also this guy. I can't get enough of that. I mean, there's a layer problem right there, but it's still really cool how it actually printed it. Yeah. Indeed. I mean, I could make a lot more realistic renders. It's just I'm not focused on it because the game matters more, in my opinion. So I could make a lot more photorealistic renders Even better than that one. But it takes time. And time that I could be doing elsewhere. Okay, hold on. We'll just make a new one. Yeah, I can make renders. It's just I'm trying not to. Just little ones. Ones that I can do in like 2 or 3 days. I should put more effort into maybe like a week-long one. But then I have to focus on the beast right now though. That's the next major project. That's going to be, yeah, code name. Like one of my Japanese animes. Codename Beast Slayer. But yeah, it'll be fun. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, I don't watch anime, but it's fun to talk about. Negative 50 gravity. Uh-huh. That's right. All the fan service. Something like that. Right now we're just blocking it out, making our framework. Then we'll start spamming these all over the place. We're actually going to do it this time. Not like last time where I said I would, but I didn't. Ready? Watching the Bleach series on Netflix. Ah, cool. Yeah, I haven't Bleach. That's so old. How old is Bleach? Remember hearing about that in school a long time ago. High school. Is it good? Do you recommend it? Hold on. Let's see. Bleach. What kind of name is Bleach? Wonder why is it called Bleach? More like this, perhaps. Yes. Spy X Family. Oh, cool. Spy X Family. Which one? That's not familiar with that one. Is that one? What's that one about? Yeah, I'm not. Like, I see all these characters from Bleach, but I have no idea what it's about either. Just don't have enough time for things. Already. Now we do this. But yeah. Bigger. So the game will have a lot of these big buildings. How I'm gonna make the inside for them, I'm not sure. Because I want you to be able to go inside them. Oh. Waka waka. Yep. It's Pac-Man time. Oh yeah, it's Pac-Man time. Alrighty. Must event clothing and then you can watch anime. Yeah, wouldn't that be great? I was thinking about that. Like, if I had two of me, what would I do? Well, first of all, I would bounce ideas off, because, to be honest, I need to bounce ideas more. I just can't find a person to do that with, though. I guess because I'm not looking is why. I just call my brother and I annoy him. He doesn't really have much to say, though. Unfortunately. So yeah, it'll be more of an idea thing. Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll just go find a cloning machine real quick. Probably they have them at the dime store or something. Maybe at Goodwill. Like a cheap one that people have left. A used one, maybe? Wouldn't that be good? On the way to save time. To save time and space. I read somewhere, I was thinking about it too, like, if you had a time machine, it would have to be a space machine as well. Because the Earth moves in space, right? So you'd have to teleport as well as go back in time. And it'd have to be very precise, because you could just end up in space somewhere. Now, how would that even work? Because time and space is relative. 2D platformer. Awesome! There you go. Making some actual strides. Starting is the hardest part. Even if it's small, always start. Indeed, that's good. Very good. I haven't started a whole lot. I've tried to do the movement system. But then I got caught up doing all this other stuff. That's still on the list, though. I wouldn't call it a list. As long as you're doing something in the direction you're supposed to be going, doesn't matter what it is. Just do something. Okay, now... a little bit more framework right here, perhaps. Yes. Platformer, eh? That's good. Make it into your own style. Like, put it in your own flair of artistic. Like, even if it's a tutorial, put it in your own artistic flair. I mean, that's what I would do. I don't know if... whatever gets you good progress. Make it your own, kind of. Hold on. This, like that. Alrighty. Now. That shall be the barracks. Perhaps we'll do this. Something like that. So yeah, let me think for a second. Oh yeah, so my stupid homework is getting in the way right now. I hate it. It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't so draining. Because it's like it's a speech class kind of thing. And speech isn't my forte. And plus, after going to the DC trip and sitting through a bunch of conferences, burns you out, kind of. So I have to sell a product. I don't know what that's going to be, though. Does it go starting game developers? Indeed. Yeah, platformers. Actually, a lot of people just stay with platformers a lot of times. Because they do a tutorial and they can't think of anything else. So my advice, I mean, it's esoteric advice. I don't know if it's universal. Is to be careful. Don't fall into that trap of thinking, well, this is my life now. The reason I don't go for tutorials is because I'm trying to make something that's never existed before. And if I make something that has existed before, it might kind of mess it up, kind of. So yeah, definitely start, but don't like make a 2D platformer and put it on Steam and expect it to be good. Or people would notice it a whole lot. Because the market is really saturated. You have to stand out. I mean, not saying 2D platformer is a bad thing. If you're going to do that, make it, like, unique. Have it like a hook. Something that makes it worth playing. Compared to all the rest of the 2D platformers. But yeah, but for starting out, just getting something on the screen. That's incredibly helpful. So yeah, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Anything. Doesn't matter what it is. Get your feet wet. Or taste your palate. I mean, get your, yeah, whatever. Something like that. Expecting it to be poo. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, first projects always are. It's a learning experience. You're learning. But the cool thing is, once you get enough of a background in things, then you can just start banging them out. Like, you don't even have to fail all the time. The first one's going to be a failure, but the rest don't have to be. I think we'll leave this one solid. Anyway. Excuse me, I can't reach my silverware. There. Something like that. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's poo. Like, you don't even, I would say, like, don't even, like, post it on social media, because people are just gonna ignore it. Just have it as a personal thing, maybe even show it to friends only. Or actually show it to people that have also made those kind of platformers. There are understanding people around. Yeah, just be self-aware, though. Like, don't, like, think, I made this thing, it must be amazing, kind of thing. I've seen that before. People kind of get a little too excited. RTS, ooh boy. Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult, but yeah, definitely. I've seen some people that are developing RTSs. You'd have to really know your math, though. But I'm sure you do, though. If you make plugins. Certainly. You make all sorts of cool units and stuff. Yeah, that'd be so cool. Someone said that I should make like a whole lineup of those, like a 40k or something, mechs, like with the Scorpion. He's like, he said if I could have a miniature and have like a whole army of these things, that'd be so cool. So yeah, you can make all sorts of cool units and stuff. RTSs are a lot of fun. I play RTSs a lot. Supreme Commander. RTSs are good. If you had your way with what you want to build, well, you should have your way. Be uncompromising in what you want. Like, pursue it if you want it. If you really want something, you'd like put everything you have into it. It's my opinion, anyway. The things that are worth doing aren't easy. If that was the case, then everyone would be doing it. It's only the difficult things that really stand out. At least, usually, not always. Ooh, collecting trees and rocks, and all sorts of fun things. Okay, well, it has to have a game loop too, though. Like, collecting a lot of times is fun, but has to have a hook. Has to have a reason to be collecting these things. And also, here's another opinion of mine. I see a lot of games nowadays how they're very tedious. Like, they just very tedious. Like, they throw a bunch of tedium at you. Like, the game should not be a sandbox. The game should be, like, you're the one making the sandbox out of it. Like, things should not be tedious. The game should be what you want it to be. Things should be easy to do, but then the difficulty manifests elsewhere. Like, make it so collecting rocks and stuff is fun. Like, people always want to do it all the time. Like, if that's one of the main things you're going to be doing in the game, it should be fun. If it's just, like, leading to something else, like you're just collecting sticks to build a house, and it's really just kind of tedious, but you're thinking, well, maybe the player will enjoy it whenever they have a house. It's not the case. The game is you're picking up sticks. That's where the time is going. So picking up sticks should be fun, not the house. The house should be the reward. The sticks should be the game. So you gotta be very careful with that. Don't make it tedious. Don't make it contrived. Find a game loop. Fun games. Games are meant to be fun. Let's see. Now what we do here is... So yeah. I don't know if it's like an RTS game would have that problem. I know for certain that survival games have that problem. There's a lot of tedious survival games out there that I don't like. Because who cares? I'm picking up sticks. I don't care about picking up sticks. What's it going to give me? What am I going to get from picking up these sticks? And a lot of times it's just like, oh, you can make a wall now. Okay, I've seen a wall before. There's walls everywhere. How's my wall any different? That's why I couldn't get into Fallout 4. Because it's just pointless tedium. Like you're picking up trash to make a trash house. I don't care. I mean, some people care. I mean, I just don't have time for it. Just my opinion. I'm not saying this is like ground truth or anything. Like, make it fun. Let's see. Already? We should start adding some details, perhaps. Some floorboards would be nice. Something like that. But yeah, that's my opinion. I don't know. There's some things that you just have to play by ear, kind of. Age of Empires and StarCraft 2. Cool. I think I played Age of Empires. I think. I'm not sure. StarCraft I haven't looked at. Ah, yes. As is. That's how RTSs do. Yeah. Good stuff. That's how that's fun. Like collecting resources to build to make things. Like maximizing your profit margin. Got to get the bump up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. Let's see. Hold on. please. There. Yeah. So, my theory is, yeah, collecting resources needs to be fun. At least whenever you're in first person, third person. I'm thinking like in survival games. RTS games, I guess it doesn't have to be. Like, because the units are the ones that are collecting it. You're not actually. You just told them to collect it, so there's no tedium behind it. Let's see. Already? Getting an idea. Something like that. Smash a friend in the process makes it fun. Yes! There we go. Like Valheim. The trees in Valheim are like, they're insane. Like, they'll take... If you don't die from a troll, you'll die from a tree. They're menaces. In Valheim. Which we haven't played that in a while. We have to do that. We have to do that. My brothers and I. Not that it has a new update. They're too busy playing Satisfactory right now. Which I can't get into. I don't like Satisfactory. A whole lot. I mean, if I'm in it, I'll play it. Yeah, it's a good game though. That Satisfactory is a very good game. Okay, so now what this needs is some greebles. Yeah, Valheim is very immersive. Grab this. Let's start that section plain stuff. Right about here. That's cool. Now that you mention it, I mean, don't mention anything, but that looks a bit different from the references. The references are built like they're cross-sectioned out. Like there is no cross-section to them. Interesting. Let me take a swig of this monster quick. Alrighty. We are reinvigorated. I can't get over this image. I want to make something like this sometime. Like, it's so big! I made something similar like this a long time ago. Let me see if I can find it. Old pictures. Here we go. Yeah, I made this one a very long time ago. I don't know why it's low res right now, but just for concepting out some interior of a space station. A 750 kilometer wide space station. It'll actually be very similar to this except sideways. Which I could do that, but not today. We need more of these things. Let's do that. We have these here, we're going to use them. I want to use a lot of them today. party. So what we're going to do, we'll make some smaller stuff first, though. Please. Like this. Good. Grab my reference. Best immersive experience is entering a sleeping phase in VR chat and sleep. Ah. That sounds like fun, actually. That sounds relaxing. I have to pull out my Oculus. We could do fun stuff like that. So okay, so these are like gonna be like computer screens kind of. But the way their technology works is they don't use electricity. They use spectra. And spectra is like a gas. So their things are like really kind of oversized. They can't have small electronics. So their TV screens are like really bloated. Kind of like the CRT television monitors of the 90s. Phrasing! Sleeping with... Phrasing. You mean sleeping next to other people is what you mean. And not in compromising positions. Well, yeah, that does sound fun, though. Relaxing. Unless they jump scare you or something. They could easily do that. They could wake you up. Pajama party. Fun. Fun stuff. And another thing is they don't use computers a whole lot. Like, not nearly as much as we do. They're kind of a rare thing. Yeah, they would jump. I was watching videos of a guy that jump scares people. It's delicious. That's what I'm kind of scared of if I did go into VR chat. Would someone go around jump scaring people? Something like that. Another thing I have to really think about the world itself, like, but not only just the technology, but like their customs and their social aspect. I've kind of neglected that. I'm too busy with the technology. Because we have to weave a story now. I have the setting, I just need a story now. This game will have a story. It won't just be an arcade. Well, it will be heavily in arcade stuff. It won't just be arcade stuff. There is meaning behind this. Yeah. They're not wolves. And they're not really computers per se. But yeah, along those lines. Oh. Got pranked. Toothpaste in the ear. It's just a prank. No. There's also videos of where it's like a video of a surgical procedure and it's like, oh, somebody fell asleep first on the pajama party or the sleepover. Rookie mistake. Then they get like a knee operation surgery. Rookie mistake. I mean, toothpaste in the ear doesn't sound pleasant. That's not very nice. I think we'll just do this. Come on. Okay. Now, I don't want toothpaste in my ear. That doesn't where it go. That's not where it goes. It's not very nice. Anyway. And we just wake up. Why? Wow. There's too many computers on this desk. Hot dogs. Wow. I hope you ate them all. Don't waste food. Yeah, I don't trust... That's the same reason I wouldn't like to do that in VR chat, because you just can't trust people. Like, what are they going to do to you when you're asleep? People play pranks, and it's just not, like... It's not nice. Like, what the heck? It's not nice at all. But yeah. What I like is ASMR. Not the weird ones. Specifically for this guy called Ethereal Rift. He does silly stuff like he... What does he do? He like pretends he's a nothing salesman. And he like sells nothing. That's funny. Oh yeah. There's a new trailer for the Avatar. FBI law girl. Yep. Hijinks. Pranks. Crazy stuff. FBI lolly. Great. FBI, open up! People camping. There you go. Fun stuff. I'm getting caught up on the details here. So another thing is... This is like a little food area right here. Yeah, ASMR is always good. There was a bean under your bed. Not a bean. That's what you get. Mr. Bean under your bed. Wait, hold on. I want this to be like this. Like that. FBI ASMR. Now we got the highbrow stuff. Government secrets and documents and stuff. There you go. Perfect for all your FBI needs. He's just whispering your all the infractions you got. All the dirt they have on you and the NRA and stuff. Listing off all of your travesties. Very quietly though, like ASMR. Let's see. Something like that, perhaps. I want my person over here. So it's a bit small. Something like that. It's short. Amalgus! Oh no. Yeah, his whispering in your ear, like stuff like that. Chair off the ground. Like that. Simple as simple does. Yeah. Oh, Mogus. Minecraft, yep. That's the Minecraft stair chair. It's precisely what it is. Just to block it out. We'll fix it up later. Something like that. Even better. Something, something, something. Something, something, something. Hold on for a second. Alrighty, so we're making the thing. Had a brain fart for a second. I was about to say something, but I forgot what it was. Let's look at our references. Oh yeah. So let's think about the world for a second. So these creatures, they're very arboreal. Like, they come from the trees, kind of. But it's weird because the planet doesn't have trees. It's because they were placed there artificially. That's the story, that's the lore. But then, like, do they sit in chairs? This is very Western, because these are not... This is very Western culture. When you think about it, because in Japan they don't sit in chairs. In India or Middle East, they historically didn't sit in chairs. So they're very traditional, I guess, to this culture. You have to watch out for that kind of stuff, because you start getting things that are like where did that actually come from, though? It's a chair, right? You think it would be simple to do, but it's not. Let's see, excuse me. Anyway. Just little things like that you have to plan. You have to think about it. I haven't put that thought in yet. Unfortunately. Like, I've figured out the technology, but then, like, the little things, like the social aspects of stuff. Like, how do they set up their table? How do they set up... What do they eat, actually? I have hydroponics. Like, there's not a whole lot of farming because of the planet itself. But, like, do they use forks? Do they use chopsticks? Do they use... What do they use? What is their function? How do they do these things? Do they talk while they're at the table? Yeah, it could just be pills. Like, you could have, like, a little pill and say, okay, here's your food for the day. I mean, this is a futuristic society. I ate a coconut. Like, the whole coconut? Hold on. Like, straight up without even peeling it, getting inside it or anything, just with the rind and everything? I don't think that's healthy. Or do we want stuff like that? We want stuff like that. There. We want stuff like that. No, not that. Has to go there. That looks fun. Green or brown coconut? These are important questions. I drank the juice and ate the inside. Ah. You're wasting food. You gotta eat the rind too, like the brown part on the outside. It's a requirement. Let's see. We want... something around here. That looks good. Green. Aha. Good. Ah, brown coconuts or green coconuts? Which ones are better? Maybe this we don't want. Yeah, I don't really eat a whole lot of coconuts or whatever. Coconuts are good though. I'm curious about kiwis. What do kiwis taste like? I wonder. Not the bird, the fruit. It's not a question of where it grips the coconut. There. What we'll have to do is we'll have to hide certain things. Or even better, we can do a section plane right here as well. Alright, let's get our floor going here. Alright, hold on, put in a straw, spoon to be a spoon. There you go. You'd have to be very strong to throw a coconut, I think. I don't know. How strong do you have to be to throw a coconut on the ground to break it? I'd imagine quite strong. Or we need panels. We need more panels. Right here. Like this. Like that. Already? Where's my fancy tool? Something like that, perhaps. Oops. Like this. Oh, coconuts kill more people. Yeah, coconuts are vicious. Have you seen them? They'll jump at you and they'll bite you like crazy. Just throw it. There you go. So that's how they break coconuts? They just go up to the Burj Khalifa? Is that what they built it for? Well, that makes a lot more sense now. I was wondering. Let's see. Axe seeds should go like this. Yeah. Well, that's why people kill coconuts all the time, because they kill people. I'd rather have a coconut. No, yeah, a shark is a pet than a coconut. Coconuts are very vicious. Already? this. There you go. Please put it in there. Yeah, there's a bit of a little thing right there. We'll have to make that one unique. Never seek the shade of the coconut tree while at the beach. Really? They're that dangerous? They should ban coconuts if they're that dangerous. Let's see. Right about here. Coconuts are a menace. So let's see. I'm just trying to get an idea of where we're going with this. Just a very general idea. I think what we'll do not too crazy. There are much easier ways to do that, but I wanted it to have it like components in there. Oh. There we have righteous indignation. He will sleep under that coconut tree and you can't stop him. Yeah, I'm not convinced by this right here. Definitely not convinced. Like that. Give me the right one, please. There. Wrong. You lied to me. You lied to me again. What to do? Yeah, there we go. Put this right here. Copy that right here. Way more of this stuff. Maybe we don't need that piece. Oh, he got you. Now you can't sleep under one today. I mean, you can, but he got you. Like that. A little bit more. Like that. Yeah. There. Already. Now let's do something fancy, perhaps. I want that one. Up we go. Find the center. I think what we'll do is grab this. guys. He got you. No sleeping under coconuts tonight. Coconuts are dangerous. Believe me. Another thing here. This whole assemblage. Will not be purple. Give me this color. There. And the cool thing about Sketchup is you can have dual-sided materials. So you have to grab all this right here. And you have to go like so. Already? Perhaps not these right here. Give me the thing. This is a bit too crazy. Like this. Cray-cray. Do not be insane. Insanity is not socially acceptable in most cultures. Blender, yeah, I tried Blender actually for the Scorpion. I had it all rigged up and everything, but then I couldn't get the fire to work. I watched a tutorial on how to make fire in Blender, and it's like, it's so easy. I was like, wow, that is really easy. But it didn't work. So, I mean, it's probably my problem, but I don't know. Just couldn't get to work. Now, what we do? We need some panels. Something like this. There we go. A little detail Blender to make that in SketchUp. Yeah. There is a difference. Something about it. I couldn't get Blender to work either. But I'm on my way there though. Like, I'm still learning it. Let me think for a second. I want it to be more colorful. Need more color. Oh yeah, so Blender is really good for smooth stuff. Like this hard edge stuff is not good for in Blender. At least as far as I know. Like it's kind of difficult to get it to work properly. There's more of a learning curve, I think. I think I have a special tool if I can find it right here. Cool. Let's see. Well, first of all, we'll grab these. Yeah, grease pencil was really cool. Very interesting indeed. Which, to be honest, like, that's more for concepting, right? Nah, I'm not really rehearsed with it. I have to look it up. We gotta make sure. That'd be so cool. Let's see, like this. Yeah, the objective was to remake old school sketch. Aha, yeah. I mean, for architecture, SketchUp is way better, I think. Because it's more like, what do you call it? Precise, kind of. I want it more like this. Make 2.5D animation. Ooh. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I remember now what you're talking about. There are some really interesting things you can do with that. It almost looks like it's like 2D animated. That's really cool though. Yeah, but it is very interesting. Personally, I'm trying to go for the game though. I don't know how grease pencil will help me. I was looking at geometry nodes. Geometry nodes would actually be very interesting. Because I do want to make procedural mechs. Like, for the machines. I was concepting them out actually very lately. The machines that will be the NPCs inside the game. Ah, now you have a full copy of my school. Awesome! Now you got your school. Now you can wreck it as much as you want. And you can, like, set it on fire and all that stuff. I mean, that's what I did. I drew my school and I just, in Microsoft Paint, and I just had it being strafed by helicopters. Fun stuff like that. I mean, with no harmful intent. I mean, it wasn't that weird. But yeah, I was concepting out the characters for the game. And they have to be procedural because there's a lot of morphology that would be too difficult to pull off in mass. It'll be a lot of fun though because the creatures will have animations that are like... Hold on, don't want that. They'll be funny. Like, they'll be able to go up, they'll grab things. If you put something in front of them, they'll look at it, be like, what is that? It'll be a lot of fun. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll check that out. Got your school. Already? Something like that. I need to fill the inside, though. We have to have an inside. It has to be colorful. It has to be nice. It has to make sense, kind of. Because these are our references. We've got the outline. We've got basically like these things right here. We're missing all this cool stuff. We have to make it so it looks like there's a story behind it. Make it so it has some feeling, some life, some color, some meaning. We have the framework. Let's go over here. I think we'll start with that, actually. We'll put in some, like, color, perhaps. I know what we could do. This could go. Right there. This has to be a door. Like that. Ambient occlusion. Now you're speaking my language. I do so love ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion is the bee's knees. Alrighty, so this is a vehicle depot. We need some vehicle depot stuff. Block that out. Now let's really get crazy with this. I want Greebles galore. I want all of the kit and caboodle right there. All hands on deck. Except you stay. Get off deck. Like one of those, one of these. Perhaps this one as well. Throw the whole kitchen sink at them. Get rid of those. Got it. This doesn't exist either. How do I find out you can get full with lots of bubblegum? You better not be eating it. Are you eating bubblegum? I don't think you're getting much nutritional value out of that. Who gets full off of bubblegum? Better go talk to your doctor. Okay. We have a risk taker. It tastes like... Should be like off of Willy Wonka, where like it tastes like a whole full course meal. Yeah, bubblegum. Bubblegum's not healthy. At least I don't think it is. Last time I checked. Probably going to open a bubblegum restaurant. Actually be very interesting. What if it was like a restaurant where everything was bubblegum flavored? That'd be very interesting, actually. Wonder if there'd be like any market potential in that. Ah. Indeed. Bubblegum will get ya. Like that. Ready? Yeah, be careful with that bubblegum. I wonder how much bubblegum you can actually eat, though, before it gets, like, you sick or something. Can't imagine a lot. Like, you shouldn't have a massive chunk of bubblegum in you. That'd be very unhealthy. Something like this. La la la. There we go. Destroy the stomach balls. Uh-oh. Is that what you want to do to your patrons when you have a bubblegum restaurant? Destroy their insides. Ah, teacher. Very wise of your teacher indeed. Yeah. Disclaimer, eating a lot of bubblegum will kill you. You should have that on your restaurant. Spend $3 on gum. Cool. This was... That is 30 plus gums. Wow. A lot of gum. I hope you're not actually eating it like a lot, though. It's bad for your health. Let's see, like this, perhaps. That. Like that, perhaps. Chew 5 gum. Stimulate your senses. Don't you hate it whenever you have, like, gum, and then you drink, like, really cold water afterwards? It hurts. Gotta be careful with that stuff. Classified as a lethal weapon. Like that. Already? Now we need clearance. Like, we have to get inside here. Put this like this. Sweet, sweet calcium. Yeah. Mint with water, yeah. It burns. I mean, it's either that or Listerine. Pick your poison. Something like that, maybe. This goes over here. This goes like this. Indeed, indeed. Oh yeah. Going off the subject again. That. I'm curious. If I reverse this. Hold on. Do we got reversed faces going on here? Aha! You can't hide what's inside. You have all the milk, don't ya? You silly cow. You silly cow. Why do we... That's a lot of milk we have to go through. Imagine in the supermarkets just how much milk there is. How many cows did that take to get? That is a lot. That's a lot of cows. Way too many. Like this. Okay, too much detail in one spot. This guy's the culprit. This whole gang here is the culprit. We can't block the entrance. And they have to be in line. Like this. This has to go like this. Five by 3. 3 is a magic number. Ah, the main menu. So there'll be different game modes. There'll be the campaign, and there'll be the arcade mode, and there'll be the, what do you call it? The scenario mode, where there's like pre-built things. It'll be kind of split into 3, because this game is, the power number is 3. 3 is a magic number. So the main menu will have 3 options. The campaign, the scenarios, and the options. And the way it'll be arranged is it'll be like on the right side of the screen, I think. Like these 3 different things. But then there'll be like kind of a carousel kind of. You can choose between them. The one you're selecting is slightly offsetted. And they'll have like a circle on one side like this maybe. Something like that. Campaign, scenarios, options. And also it'll be instant action as well. Like you can just jump in and start doing things. Some arcade modes. It won't just be a campaign. Yeah, I mean, it'll be nicer. It'll be like kind of visual. We'll play it by ear. It's not like set in stone. I have a pretty good idea of what it'll look like, but I'll make it. If it doesn't work out, then I'll fix it. So that's what I have so far. That's what I'm thinking it's going to be. Ah, interesting. The trick is perspective. Like 12 sides, please. Anyway. What we'll have to do is we may have to go in here and like say, okay, make this unique. And then be like, okay, I want to get rid of this, this, this. Make it an actual cross section. That's the idea. Indeed. Something like that. That's where the Greebles come in. Hello, my old friend. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Come to speak with you again. Give me that. Like that. But in such a way. Make these unique so we don't have too many faces. Get out. There. More trouble than it's worth, I think. Anyway. What else could we use here? Many choices, but not many things I want to use. This looks fun. I think what we'll put this is right here. Who is my favorite game developer? I can't think of any, like, developers. Beyond Bungie is always, like, everyone's good list. Which I don't want to be a broken record on that, though. Youngie Cord. What else? There's... I mean, Maxis... Oh, wait. No, Maxis is always... Okay. I found my favorite. Pro Watch SketchUp. Something like that. Some modern game do you think making a petrol extraction in the middle of the ocean? Ah. Like an oil derrick. Hold on. Aw. Thanks. Okay, let me... Okay, so I know what my favorite developer is. I figured it out. My favorite game developer is Maxis. They don't exist anymore. Because they are the ones that got me into this stuff, kind of. With Simcopter and The Sims and SimCity. All that Sim stuff. Maxis is my favorite developer. And also Spore and all that. Let's see. That's a bit too busy, I think. And also, yeah, oil derricks. I think what will happen in this one is there might be something similar. I haven't planned that a whole lot, though. Water is not something I planned a whole lot for the game. The prototype won't have water. Just because I don't want to stretch too thin. Or I might have water, but like just a little bit, not like a ton. I don't want too much detail. Something along those lines. And actually, speaking of oil derricks, I have one concepted out called Trinity. And it's the mother of all derelicts. I mean, not derelicts. Derricks. Let me pull out a picture of it. Let's see, we'll look at our references for a second. Where can I find this thing? It's an ancient picture. Like super, super, super old. Here we go. How's that for an oil derrick? And mine's the star. The whole hecking star that's there. That's how big it is. It's huge. Let's see if I have another picture of it. Like, this is way off in the future, though. Let's see. It's big. It's pretty big. I can't find another picture. Like, here's it from far away. That's kind of how it looks like. Like, it's just big old stream of star matter going into the thing. That's the concept, anyway. Call it Trinity. That's way off in the future, though. Let's see what has to happen here. Hey. Okay, now we have to actually start thinking about little stuff, little peanut things. What goes in here? Some stuff like this. Like that. We'll live with that. Like this. Yeah, Maxis. I miss Maxis. They don't exist anymore. Simcopter was my jam. If I want to say one of my favorite games ever is Simcopter. It's a very kind of a strange game, actually. A lot of weird stuff, like those flying saucers and like strange happenings and things. It's a silly game. But then, back when I was an impressionable kiddo, that's what I liked. Had a sense of wonder to it. Like, you don't know what's going to happen next. That's what games should have. That sense of, what do you call it? Exploration. Like, you don't know what's out there. That's what they should have. Games nowadays aren't very bad at emulating that. Because they're just so cut and paste kind of stuff. And if you do find an Easter egg, it's just a reference to something that already exists, like pop culture. Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, that was kind of what a... I'm gonna look it up real quick. Oil drill. So I'm gonna show you the actual, what do you call it, the inspiration for this whole model. If I can find it real quick. I have to look it up. I don't have it on hand. Okay, so it's right here. Here we go. Here is the inspiration for this model. It is an oil derrick on a ship. It's mobile. Like, this is a ship. And this is like this is a drill. It's not an oil derrick. It's a drill. They drill from this ship. What they use this ship for is not for oil. They use it for research. They take core samples of the crust from underneath the ocean. And that was actually the inspiration for this model. So, there we go. CE drill. Because the reason this came to mind is because I saw a model of this at the Smithsonian National History Museum. They had a cool little model of it. And I was like, that is so darn cool. I want one of those. So now, that's what we're making today. So yeah, I was like so impressed. So I guess maybe that's why it reminds you of an oil derrick, perhaps, because it's inspired by one. I mean, that's not an oil derrick. That's a drill ship. I don't like these things right here. This has to go away. There. Now, actually, we could use this as a reference now. What's here that's interesting? That is a pretty crazy idea. Like, they're like, okay, we need samples from the core underneath the... I mean, core samples from underneath the ocean. So they just put a drill, 2 drills, on a massive ship. Humanity is... They do the craziest stuff. They're so darn smart. How do they do... They're so smart. Okay, now we need some crazy stuff. Right here. Like this, perhaps. Not too crazy. Like this. Like this, perhaps. Yeah, it is a pretty crazy idea. I bet there's more crazy ideas out there. You know what's really cool? Yeah, there are so many smart people in the world. Like, here's another smart thing that I found. So what they did, what a dude did back in the day is they had nuclear-powered bombers. Like, actually, that's pretty crazy. And what they needed is they needed a machine to maintenance them. But then you wouldn't want to be near a nuclear-powered bomber. So what they made way back in the day, the 40s, 50s, not the 40s. I want to say 50s or 60s. I don't know, somewhere around there. They made this machine that has a tank chassis, but it's like a mech. And it's like, and they use this for servicing nuclear-powered bombers. And that's pretty crazy. Like, you kind of go right there, there's a windshield. You have little arms you can use, and it goes up and down on pistons. People are they're very smart. Like, how crazy stuff. Who invented the third-person camera model? Yeah, I mean, that's a natural progression. Like, they're thinking we want the camera to follow the player. I think it just kind of grows into these things. Science and technology. Because games have been kind of like, they're growing, they're evolving, they follow each other. Like, they don't stay stagnant. Let's see, like this. Tried and true. Like that. Very interesting indeed. I actually got a cool science book from the Smithsonian. It's huge! It's a huge, cool book. They've really made it better now. I used to have a science book, it was kind of whatever. This one's really good. It's a massive... a lot of pages. So now I have science. I'm a man of science now. Because I've got a book. I was thinking, like, if you could go back in time and take that book with you, where would we be now? Probably not much further along, actually. Because it's one thing to tell people back in the day technology and stuff, but it's another thing to actually get the prerequisites for it. You can show them cars and planes and things, but they can't make them without the technologies for making the materials for them. And that's a complicated process. Okay, now we do this. Let's do something crazy. I am inspired by that thing there. Oh, we know. That's what we need. Here. Do we though? I don't know. We'll make them smaller. Like right here, perhaps. At that rate, we'll just do it here. Yeah, it depends who is stuck on the toady view mode. Yeah, natural progression. I don't like that. We'll put something there, but not like that. So now we gotta fill in this space. Perhaps this whole wall thing is trying to keep someone out. There. Cool. That's not what we want. Let's add some color. I think what we need... Oh, we need this right here. Something like that. Something like that. Perhaps we'll overshoot it. Then we'll add a little. Something like that. Have you thought of adding wires to the buildings? Wires, you say? Mean like pipes? Oh yeah, we'll do that. That is part of the process. Pipes are always fun because, yeah, these buildings don't run off electricity. They run off of gas or gas-like substance. So there's a lot of big pipes. There are no really wires per se, just pipes. Oh yeah, we'll put in pipes. So what are these for anyway? We'll shrink those. But yeah, I think like with right about, where'd my model go? Let me check the references. Yeah, we'll put in some pipes. We gotta have pipes. Like, Where was my other one? Like right here? This has pipes right here. Has pipes right there too. That's what we need. We need pipes. We should do that now. And these things are too big. But first of all, come on. Do it for me. There. Let's see what we need. If we're going to do pipes, where would the pipes go? Well, first of all, they would go through here. There's some pipes right there. They would probably go... There's going to be a big substation right here. They would come from the main control power unit. The primary core. Like the primary core on something would be like... We'll go to MechWorks. Recreant. Like on this one right here. The primary core is right here. Like this is the power substation. And like the pipe goes off from here to power the thing. So that's what we need. That's where they come from. And also the pipes go like right here to power the main guns. They need kind of be oversized though. So they are protected with armor. I mean, that's what these pipes right here are. What we could do right here. Like this, perhaps. Not too many segments. That's one little pipe. Not a big one. Something like that. And then what they could do is there could be a substation right here as well. Enough to make an elephant learn to fly. When pigs fly... I mean, I can imagine if you threw an elephant hard enough, it could fly. That's the theory behind modern jet fighters. If you strap a big enough engine on something, you can make anything fly. That's the theory, anyway. We can improve on that. Something like that. We'll put it like this. I like tubes. Tubes are always fun. If we could have tubes all day, we could have tubes all day. Okay, we have to get rid of this then. Speaking of tubes, I was thinking about pilfering some previous models I had made for someone else, but then I was like, no, I made it for him though. Like it was these right about here. They're pretty hefty. They have a lot of polys in them. Oof. Turn off shadows, first of all. All these pipes. That's a lot of polys. Oof. Oof, indeed. Because they're meant to be, like, up in your face, kind of. Sometimes make you stuck, and sometimes will throw you meters away. Yeah. Physics is dumb. We should ban physics. Physics is for chumps. I mean, everything we do is like enslaving physics, isn't it? Yeah, we're all victims of physics. Everyone dies from physics. If you live by the physics, you die by the physics. And entropy. We're all victims of entropy as well. Yeah, I was about to use these. I was like, nah. I want to stay a bit more original, perhaps. Alrighty, we have to... I totally forgot the color. Because I don't want this to be black and white. This has to be, like, colorful, kind of. I want it to look like the references. We had that problem with the, what do you call it? The construct we made on one of the few streams ago. It was getting kind of like not very colorful enough. Let's do that now. What color should it be though? Not red, not brown. This one's got all sorts of cool colors. I want cool colors. Purple's a cool color. Oh my. And let's make it fruity. I want fruity colors. Yes! More. Green, perhaps. Okay, these are all like... That's not even a component. Okay, green is right out. I don't like green. Make it blue. Yeah. Looks good to me. We'll just leave it like that, no. That's just for visualization. We'll say this is more of a gray color. We'll say this one's more of a that kind of color. A little more bluish for that one as well, perhaps. Yeah, ban physics. Physics is for chumps. Yeah, the caste system. caste system. Whatever you call it. Hey. What's going on here? Isn't that the same for, what was it called? There was some movie that came out. Was it like Battle Angel or something? They had like this flying city kind of. Very interesting. Yeah, the floor should be a different color. Red. It's a wonderful color. Oh, green's even better. Oh well. Something like that. Okay, we need a separate color now. Orange, perhaps. Orangey orange. Something like that. Yeah, pour down rich top. I guess so. Hey. That's unallowed. Need a plate there. Something like that. This. And like this. Eh. I was thinking more like that. I'm sure there's faster ways to do that. And also, this can't be solid. It's all mixed like soup. Brazil is a magical place. With magical charms. That's too strong. Something. Yeah. Here it's kind of mixed as well, but you can tell where, like, certain neighborhoods aren't so well off. Like, I'm not in a good neighborhood, to be honest. Like, actually, I've had, on, I think, 2 separate occasions since I've been here for the last few months, where someone asked me, hey, do you have any drugs? Do you have any marijuana on you? Have any weed on you, is what you said. In the parking lot. And I was like, no. I'm sorry, sir. I do not have weed for you. People think I'm a drug dealer. Wonderful. Grand. Okay. We have dinosaurs. It's all magic. Yep. Brazil is magic. A magical place for magical charms, Brazil. Okay. Now we're getting caught in the nitty-gritty. We need to focus on what matters here. And what matters here is this, first of all. Let's speedrun. And this has to go like that. Like a dinner plate, kind of. And then one way to do is just grab these. This one right here. No, that one. What it has to do. Something along those lines. It has to go inward as well. Liberate jugs and plant communism. Woo, hippies! You got hippie presidents now. Great. Wonderful. Okay. This. It's a magical place. Yep. You have been banished to Brazil. No. Yeah. I have someone I met at the base camp in Vancouver lives in Brazil. Interesting place. I dig it. What I need to do is get on Google Earth and like look in Brazil. Get a feel for it. You can get a feel for a lot of places by looking on Google Earth. Ah, yep, you're in Brazil. You've been banished to Brazil. I mean, I'm not in a good area. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of cool places in Brazil. Do we want to use one of these? These are a little too iconic, I think. Or too easy to pick out. These ones right here are more like generic. Okay, this has to go like this. No giraffe print here. Might as well, right? Now the kids will have no order. Yep. But yeah, we'll do that. But not in the middle. There we go. I'll move these out of the way. And this is not necessarily a gear, so I need to replace that with something. Make these unique. Make these unique. Ah, United States. Yeah. A lot of it is. There's really cool places in the US. Neat and organized. Yep, that is true. There's all sorts of cool stuff in the US. Something like this. Neat and organized. Some places aren't, actually. It's kind of a luck, kind of a dice roll in some places. If some places are like organized and not. Might as well put this in there. And this as well. Fun stuff. Place to walk around is on Google Maps is Korea. Oh. Interesting. What do they got going on in Korea? Is it like neat and organized as well? I saw the bridge didn't have 3D. Aw, what? Come on. It's tall as it has to. It's a requisite. No Burj Khalifa with the 3D. Come on. Who runs this place? Googly does. Google does. Oh. Interesting. North Korea. Uh-oh. Yeah. Interesting juxtaposition. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Traditional and modern together really makes things very interesting. Alrighty. Take a swig of this monster. What is it missing? It's missing some gullet stuff. That's what it's missing. But we can't focus on that right now. We gotta focus on this. Right here. These have to be unique. Something like that. Best place to see Brazil is Rio. Oh yeah, most certainly. Rio is a really cool place. Rio is where it's at. And stone and beaches and all sorts of fun things at Rio. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little too strong. Up here, perhaps. When you can't see it. It's almost not worth having. Perhaps like this. Flip along. I chose incorrect. Green. There. No. Do. And then like this. Alrighty. Let's see. We gotta start thinking three-dimensionally here. My mic keeps messing up. We're losing steam. What I need is a pick-me-up. Gotta stimulate the brain. Get a conversation going. Okay, so the way the animation system's going to work for the creatures. Oh wow, small world. Oh wait. Oh, never mind. I thought you were literally in real. About to freak out. Oh, you're in Google Earth. I get it. Yeah, now I was about to freak out, yeah. No, I think it's just in Google Earth. Okay, so these machines, the way they're going to work. Inverse kinematics. I'm trying to activate the brain right now. Because I'm losing steam. And I need to any intellectual stimulation. Let's see. Get some inspiration. I know what we have to do. Now this is too gray is why. We need more color, like legitimate. Let's start coloring properly. Get more serious. Yeah, Rio's a pretty place. Yeah, I was gonna freak out too. I remember the giraffe. Yep. Certainly is a giraffe. I need to make more creatures. Because there's gonna be a lot of creatures. I think maybe like a flamingo, maybe. Something along those lines. Something with some crazy arms, maybe. Kind of like a mix between the dinosaur and the giraffe. Because, I mean, that's what birds are, right? Birds are like dinosaurs. Birds are weird. Horny toad. Aha. That's an idea. Okay, so now... We need this, though. Big drones. So I do plan on adding large flying machines. They're not really drone. Yeah, I think so. There's along those lines. There will be drones, I think. Not drones, flying vehicles. They will look like... I don't know if I have any on hand, though. Yeah. I thought I had one on hand. The concept goes... be like a fuselage. It'd be like that. Kind of like that. Won't let me. Yeah, like that. I mean, not like a quadcopter. It's hard to explain. Because the way the air induction works on these things is it has like a ring. And they kind of spool the spectra around it, and it sucks air in from the top. So like, instead of having propellers, it's just like a ring. And the air goes in through there. That's how they'll have like flying machines. This goes like this. Like that. All right, let's get crazy with this one right here. I was debating if you should be able to have a machine that flies around and like as a character. Like you're an actual person that flies around like a drone and you have wings. Kind of a quadrupedal kind of thing. I don't know if I'll have that at the very beginning, I don't think. I think you'll be mostly bipedal for this one. Prototype. There'll be some air vehicles that will help you out, like if you need to make your base. They can fly around and make things for you. There'll also be an air vehicle that's like kind of a shuttle. Like, because if you get stranded out there, because you'll get stranded a lot. It'll be a big map. Where you can just call in air support and they'll pick you up. There'll be a lot of different ways of getting around. And the thing is, there's kind of a balance issue with that, though. Because if you have a flying machine... then the creatures will have a very big disadvantage. Because there won't be a whole lot of flying creatures either. for gameplay reasons, because if they have flying creatures, then everything's out the door. All the defenses you make are like for nothing, kind of. So there won't be any flying creatures, not a whole lot. Only the high tier ones. So by the same logic, only high tier vehicles will actually be flying. Like they're using a lot of spectra. And the thing about it is, if you use a lot of spectra, you will attract higher tier enemies. Because they want it. That's why they're attacking your base, is to eat that stuff. And spectra is just like what you mine and stuff. It's like power, basically. So if you have a flying machine like a drone, that means you have like a lot of money. And you're being very superfluous with your money. You're being kind of crazy. So you have to be very careful with that. But yeah, so if you have a drone, you're a high roller. And the thing about it is, it seems counterintuitive though, because the gravity on this planet is kind of low. Like, you think flying machines would be very common. But actually the flight dynamics are very limited. Like, for gameplay balance reasons. Because if everything was flying, it would be very disorderly. Everything just fly everywhere. So the in-universe reason is it uses too much power. Which makes no physical sense, so I have to figure that out. That's not a good cop-out. Because it needs to be a low-gravity planet as well. Because you have to survive high falls. It's a very vertically based planet. And the movement system will depend on you getting from high places to low places in a very expedient manner. So the gravity has to be low. This is an escapism game, not a dystopian game. You'll be able to get around very easily. Like, you can scale walls, you can get up on stuff. Very fastly. And it won't be like Breath of the Wild either, where you have a stamina system and you have to like kind of plan out your way of getting up on things. This one will be a skill-based system. Like, you'll be able to bounce off of walls and stuff, kind of parkour. Very physically based. And the thing about it is, if you do it wrong, you'll hit the rock wrong, hit your head on the wall, and you'll go tumbling. You're ragdolling, basically. And that's how the movement system will work. There won't be any bars or anything. Just physics. Hold on. Like this, please. It's hard to see with these colors. But yeah. So yeah, physics, very physically based. Brain damage. Yeah, jazz is like vanilla pudding. People who listen to the rap gives them the brain damage. The hip hop. All the hippin' and the boppin', the bippin' and the boppin'. Yeah, so there's that. And also, the enemies themselves will be able to fly, but only in higher tiers. They'll be like dragons, kind of. They look like dragons. They have wings. They have 4 legs. They breathe spectra at you. Here be dragons. And they'll be like the higher tier. The ones you fight, like, those are the ones you don't want to mess with, kind of. They'll wreck you. And they'll be pretty big as well. Well, not super big. The high tier spectral ones won't be like large. The low tier ones will be large, and that's where their difficulty comes into play. Rambling, rambling, rambling. So what has to happen is I need to categorize them in a way where I can procedurally generate them, but also like perform the lore a little bit more. The lore behind them is kind of sparse. Because they're gonna have, it's a whole spectrum kind of, like from red to, let's see, like all these colors. Make like a sacrificial color. Yep, indeed. They'll come after you. Like, that's a whole spectrum of them. Like, their eyes glow different colors based on their power level, basically. Like, some of them are red, and that's like your really large machines. And the orange... The purple is like the stupidly high tier machines, like they'll wreck you. Light blue is really high tier. And also, okay, so the way the colors work is black is the highest color. Like, if you see a black-eyed machine, run. You run from that one. That thing will absolutely destroy you in one hit. Like, bad, bad, bad news. Like... Make works. Like, for example... This one's actually kind of in the same lineage. This one's more intelligent, though. This one's purple, right here. This one is very high tier. Like, if you see this one, you probably wouldn't want to be near it because it can shoot bolts of plasma at you. It'll wreck you. But then the lower tier ones that have orange eyes... Let's see... Yeah, you run. You run. That's a boss right there. You don't run. If you don't run from that, he'll get you. Like, the lower tier ones have orange, yellow eyes. Like, most of the machines you face in the wild have yellow eyes. This is yellow-eyed right here. This is S tier danger, purple eyes. Because this one has the spectra on the outside. Like, it can manipulate objects from far away. This one has to get up in your face, kind of. That's how the system will work. And what else? And I have to make the whole spectrum, though. I have very little. Just a couple. Just the orange-eyed ones and the yellow-eyed ones and the purple-eyed one. That's hardly any. That's like a few. We have to have the whole spectrum. So that's what we gotta do, is make a bunch of them. But first of all, we gotta finish this darn thing. Okay. We started off strong. But bringing it home is getting kind of difficult. Perhaps we need another refresher. Because we're losing the idea of what this building actually is. This is supposed to be a residential function, but it's becoming more of an industrial building. A purely industrial building. Which I guess isn't so bad, but then when you compartmentalize it, it's like, indeed. Yep, thank you. I guess what we'll have to do is put this on the side here. Because the residential function has to come first and foremost. What we'll do is we'll add some compartments here. Like this. Like, this will be a central focus point right here. Put this right here. Put this right there. Yeah, we just gotta put more time into it is all. We have a big detail building. I'm not really impressed, to be honest. SketchUp is perfect for making buildings. No, but we'll finish this. We'll do it with determination. Through great determination, we shall complete. Because what happened is we spammed a lot of detail all over the place, and now we're kind of indebted to it. That's the problem with doing that. If you're too reckless, because now you have to support it in some way. Because you just can't have floating objects. That's not where realism comes from. So we'll have to do... We'll take one look at the reference. So I have a big list of things actually in my concept folder of actual building zone design. Because I was going to procedurally generate houses like this. So I actually wrote down all of the variables that you would need for it. Yes, through determination we shall succeed. Let's see. It was, I think we'll have to go to layout. Wasn't in the allegories. It wasn't the... One game. Asset works. I'm looking for it. It's around here somewhere. I see it. I'm not sure if it'll show up on the stream. I have a, what do you call it? Well, you'll see in a second. As soon as layout loads, we'll continue on. Development of you said you can't have floating objects. Yeah! And let me export this as a image so it'll be better. We'll put this in the cutaway. Let's see if this loads. Here we go. Let's study this for a second. Ah, it's low quality. You can hardly, it's all pixelated and stuff. What if we go to settings and fix this? General, perhaps. OpenGL, use maximum texture size. Here we go. Fixed it. So I was going to proceed to generate houses a long time ago. So I put on a bunch of, what do you call them? Variables. So let's see. What do you need in a house? You need personal, social, food preparation, entertainment, food consumption, rest, shop, vehicle storage, footpath, elevator, shopping area, employee area, sports area, audience area, vehicle maintenance area. There's all these cool different things you can make as well. Shopping room, parking garage, lobby. Ah, so we'll put it back to the way it was. Alrighty. We'll do it live. I think what we'll do here Make like a bunk. Have a nice stream. Ah, good night. You take it easy. We'll finish this up one way or another. How long has it been going? Let's see. Oh, only 3 hours. We have plenty of time. Yep, good night. So, I think... Oh yeah, good night. You take it easy. I think the critical malfunction is the world isn't fleshed out quite enough. Like, I don't know the actual habits of the creatures that inhabit this world. That's where the critical malfunction is happening. Because once you get into the nitty-gritty, you need to know the physics of the system. What are the variables involved? This is just little boxy stuff right now because it's kind of difficult to understand their culture, their society, kind of. So what I need to do is really figure out precisely how that works from a lore point of view. I see now. Let's grab our reference. We haven't used him in so long. Where is he? Where'd he go? Oh, he's over here now. That's about right. So that's interesting. That's an interesting observation. So what we have to do... What can we do for that? We have to flesh out the world. So, but then that's kind of difficult because these are artificial creatures. They evolved on an arboreal planet. Traditionally, they're traditional creatures. They weren't constructed, they were evolved. They were just placed on the planet, is the thing. And they're supported by an artificial intelligence. Oh yeah, I haven't said that yet, have I? A key part of the lore of this universe is there's an artificial intelligence that runs everything. Like, he's part of the whole political system of everything. And that's where a lot of the lore comes from. Lots of twists and turns with it as well. With the main storyline. And the way that AI looks like, it looks like this. Let's see, old pictures, ancient pictures, concept. Right here. So this is the thing that runs the planet. And it's not going to look like the thing off of, what do you call it? 2001 Space Odyssey, HAL 9000. That's what it looks like right now because this is an ancient concept. It's not going to look like that. It's going to be more polygonal, kind of. Like it's like a sphere covered in like polygons, kind of. And it kind of glows different colors based on what it's thinking at the time. And yeah, it's like a big deal because everything that's run is run by that machine. And that's like a key center part of the story. Something like that. Another thing is they prefer to have their beds overhung. Like they have to have something above their bed or else they get anxious. I don't know. Another thing is they have to be high up because they're arboreal. If they're too low, then they get kind of anxious as well. Another interesting tidbit is, since the planet's very vertical oriented, they don't have a fear of heights. They'll look over the edge of something and they'll be like, well, we'll go for a jump. But then the thing is, the reason I haven't made the lore so in-depth is because the game is an RPG, but it's more of a kind of a blank slate RPG. The character you have is your own stats, its own everything. You don't follow the story of a character that's like already in the game that functions. Because you're supposed to put in your own story. That's what it's all about. That's why there isn't a whole lot of lore. This is a choose your own adventure type of thing. Because if you put in lore, then you're suddenly beholden to it. And the mechanics have to follow the lore rather than the other way around. Gameplay comes first, not lore. But then for things like this, it's very beneficial to have lore. Because then you actually have a function. Because form follows function when it comes to these type of things. You can't make something unless you know what it is for these type of things. And it kind of gunks up the process because with proceduralism, you don't have to know what it is to make it. So it's kind of not the greatest thing. You lose a lot of freedom once you decide what something is. And another thing is, so yeah, very non-traditional kind of. It kind of grinds my gears, actually, when I see a game that compromises gameplay to support its lore. Like, you lose the entire reason for its existence when you sideline gameplay. At least that's my take on it. I don't play games for the story. I play it for the mechanics. To each their own. But yeah. And we're missing that. We're missing that a lot. That compromised creativity. People, they think too... Okay, I'm gonna vent, actually. I'm gonna vent right now. I'm tired of seeing unoriginal things. I hate it when I see elves. I hate it when I see these things. And not because they're bad. I mean, they exist for a reason. People are comfortable with what they know. But then you see it so much. Creativity is hard to find, even in the most creative places. Just a huge compromise, because they're making things for a specific reason, like it's to pander to a certain audience, and that's not a bad thing. But now you have everything that is the same. It's all the same. No artistic integrity. I used to wonder, why are there so many elves? Why are there so many orcs? Why are there so many of all these things? Until I played Dungeons and Dragons. Then I understood finally what it meant. It's because it's to fit in. You want to fit in. That is a requisite of being a human being. You feel most alive when you fit in. And that's why creativity is sidelined. What use is creativity to the average, to just any person? I wouldn't even say average, like any person. What is the utility? Well, it's enriching, first of all. But then people sometimes, they don't want that. So yeah, I saw it. I lived it. And I suddenly knew. That people want to be unoriginal. They want sci-fi guns. They want tanks. They want these things. They want Star Wars. They want Star Trek. They want this. They want that. It's not a bad thing. I made a Star Wars ship. I don't hold it in contempt. But then we have to remember. We can't copy other people for the rest of our lives. We can't be a slave. We just can't. Because what is creativity anyway? It's just remixing things that already exist. It's just bringing new from the old. So who are you, like, where'd you cut the line? Like, what is new, what is old? What is creative and what is not creative? I mean, I could be a slave to this program, that's what you could say. We're all a slave to something. Too much pop culture. We forgot what it means to be original. Low-hanging fruit is what we go for. It's very painful. But there are reasons for it. Hold up. Few more. Oh yeah. So about creativity. On that subject, grinds my gears. Grinds my gears a lot, actually. Oh, and here's another thing. Since I'm rambling to the wind, I guess. Oh yeah. So the reason why you're super sad if you're stressed with keeping with whatever is trending. It's all recycled. Yep. So I think what the problem is with today's people that are creatives is they live in their time period. They follow trends. They see what the person next to them is doing. And that's good for business because people that's what people are looking for sometimes. Like the consumer is something they're familiar with. If they're all doing the same thing, they'll feel more comfortable with it. And that's kind of why people do the same thing over and over and over again, is for that comfort of themselves and other people. And that's like the reason people do these things, right? Is to make people comfortable. That's at the very base level what these are for. And to enrich other people, like to make them feel more intelligent as well. And that's why it's always the same thing over and over and over again. And on that subject, the reason why I'm not impressed by my models, or by anything really, is because these are pieces of a whole. These are nothing by themselves. They don't fulfill their purpose of making people comfortable very well. I don't make renders of them. I don't polish them up. I don't make them nice. On very, very rare occasions do I make a render that's actually good by any stretch of the imagination. Like the most recent one, I think. Like that one. I don't focus on making things that are palatable, usable by other people. And because I'm going for the big one, going for the big stuff. These are little things. These are bastardizations of what I'm trying to do. The devil is in the details. These are just pieces. Yep. And that's why some people would say I'm not even a real artist, maybe. Which I disagree, but they can say that. I can see their logic. Because why do I make these things? Kind of pointless. No, not pointless. Not at all. As in, by their frame of reference. Because most people, they make things very high quality. They shoot for quality. They want it to be as high quality as possible. If you look on ArtStation, that's all you see. Like, you just see quality, quality, quality. They're trying to refine it as much as they can. And they don't focus on the ideas so much as the skill behind it. And as far as I'm concerned, which I'm gonna just speak my mind, skill is not hard to get. Anyone can get skill. You lock someone in a room long enough, they'll get skill. Skill comes naturally, like it just happens. Every person can be skilled at something. But knowing what to make is different. Vision is different. Everyone's a non-player character, as far as I'm concerned. Which is not true, because I haven't met them. That's why. No, I wouldn't say people. The things. The things that I'm making right now are non-player characters. They have no soul behind them. This object has no soul behind it. It's just a piece. Just a piece of where the truth actually is. Literally. Because, as far as I'm concerned, this is just another chopping block. This is just going to be parted out into these things right here. As the other models have. which you put them together, they make another thing that's good. But then all of these are building up to something. All of these models are going in a direction. So this is not the final product. Even if I complete this model, I won't be where I'm supposed to be. Because the way I envision it is, in the future, where I've actually reached my full potential, which is sooner rather than later, I'm hoping. These will be going at quite a different pace. I won't have to bother with geometry, really. All I would have to do is take a tool, go like this, and suddenly every piece that you can think of for a particular subset of modeling paradigm and all these procedural generation, all that crazy stuff, it'll just make it. 3D modeling will become obsolete. At least this type of 3D modeling. So you have to become future-proof. Everyone is living in the time right now. The time they live in. Graphics are temporary. Ideas are forever. And these ideas, there's so little. I have hardly any of them. Like, this is a drop in the bucket. And at this rate, you'll never have enough ideas. Or I won't have enough ideas. Because I can't cognitate from the top down, it's bottom up. But then I'm, like, constrained by the 3D modeling process. And it's not even SketchUp either, it's just the entire process. 3D Max is the same, Blender is the same. People usually draw a picture, and then they model it. But nowadays, there's an AI, you can just type in a sentence and you got a picture now. But then that's a subset of other pictures that already exist. We don't have tools that can really author things at a extremely high rate of speed to catch up with that, but are like purely like in control of the artist. It's actually kind of surprising, really. We have the technology. It's just the same thing over and over and over and over again. Every time I look at Reddit, every time I look on the internet, I'm disappointed. You just see the same thing. It's really kind of, we're in a sad state of affairs right now. Because that's the last thing on people's minds right now is these ideas. They're just trying to get by. They're trying to get their lives comfortable and get out kind of thing. They're caught in their own time. As am I. We all run this rat race together. I'm getting too caught up in it is the problem. I have to take a bit of my own medicine. Because if you want to be a truly great artist, you think outside of your time. On multiple levels. Not just the little things, the big things, everything. You think about the future. How can you affect the future? How can you make yourself immune to it, kind of? There'll become a time where all art styles have been thoroughly categorized. And it's just too difficult to find true creativity. We're already at that point. Because we're copying from each other now. And everyone's okay with that. Meme culture. Everyone wants to be comfortable. But then these things, to do these things, you have to be very uncomfortable. If you want to make yourself future-proof, you're going to have to go against the flow. And that's just uncomfortable straight up. And that's fighting your natural human tendency of being as comfortable as possible. It's difficult. It's very difficult. And that's where the secret lies. The secret is in effort. It's not genius. You don't have to be a genius for this. To be original. I mean, not this. This is not original. But these ideas. To pull these off. You don't have to be smart. You just have to know the direction you're going in. And be willing to be uncomfortable. Put everything you have into this. Uncompromising. And be willing to give up everything for it. Even if that means a comfortable life. Because I could have that right now if I wanted to. Which I guess I've been doing that a little too much, actually. Trying to feel included. Trying to feel like I belong. Because I'm trying to strike a balance. Like, I think I can have both at the same time. I can be accepted, but also make something future-proof at the same time. Hoping to find that balance. But it's not panning out that way. And you have to make a decision. Do you actually want to be future-proof? Or do you want to be comfortable? Because you just won't reap the rewards. And that's why I'm starting to get a little bit noticed right now. It's because I'm trying to strike that balance of pandering to the time I live in. But then it's like, it's fake. It's fake recognition. I don't want to be successful. I want to give something to the world that matters. Even if it has no utility in the current age. Because everything is judged by utility. How can we use this? How can we use this? Diversity just can't keep up with that. So yeah, I don't hold it in contempt though. I look at ArtStation, I look at Reddit, I look online, I look at all the cool art people make, how skilled they are. And I think I would like to be their friend. But then I don't. Because once again, It's not in the stars of what I'm trying to do. Sorry, sub story. There's some really cool people out there. I would like to talk to them about this. What would they say? I wonder. They'd probably ask, okay, that's a good idea. How are you going to pull it off? Practically. That's when I would say, aha. I would make procedural modeling tools. I would make this game. Dynamic physics-based RPG with an emphasis on immersion. And the things we're going for right now. It's not a game to me. It is logic incarnate. Okay, that's a dumb way of saying it, though. Pedantic way of saying it, actually. What's a better word for it? It's not logic. It's a natural progression. Because if I don't do it, someone else will. At least as far as I know. Which, that might be wishful thinking too, though. I just don't know. Who's out there? What secret intelligentsia are we up against? Not up against. Who are our peers? We're all in this together. I sure hope I find that in Denmark. Have some intelligent conversations with some coders. See what they say. It might be a little too high level. Like too broad, too vague. The broad strokes are there, but the specific ones aren't. And that's part of the paradigm. You can't specifically say where the direction lies. You just have to trust it. It's all about trust. Do you trust me? Because it's all connected. There are many cool things you can do with logic. You can apply it very broadly, kind of. As long as you're careful not to go for red herrings. Be very, very careful. Let's see. Be very careful indeed. You can't just declare where the truth lies without your due diligence. It's one thing to profess it, it's another thing to live it. You need proof, you need empirical evidence. That's difficult to provide for some things. Without grinding it out. There's too many things. Too many variables. I'm sure plenty of people would say that, actually. I can see it now. Where everything, the whole mindset is a red herring. It's probably what some people would say. I disagree. Because, I mean, what difference is it to them, really? It's harmless to them. But I'm trying to find truth on my own terms. Yeah, the skill ceiling is very low now. Actually, no. What I meant to say was, it's actually very high. The skill ceiling is very high now. If you're not making photorealistic art within a year, then you're behind. Because the tools nowadays are like much further along than they were. And what does it matter? It'll become obsolete a decade from then. I mean, it's easy to be pessimistic about it as well. It's not a bad thing. Actually, it's actually a good thing. People are more comfortable than they've ever been. And what more could you want? Like a broken record. The truth is there. What makes me estranged is why hasn't anyone done anything about it yet? It's easy to see. Or perhaps they want to do something about it, but they can't because they live in the time. They live in the present as what most people should do. It's hard to be removed from the present. You become indebted to the present. You owe people. You owe for your existence. You follow trends. You give the people what they want. And at the same time, perhaps you can get what you want. But then you neglect the truth. Even if you see it. And there's many ways to do that. Neglecting the truth. It manifests in everything you do. And don't do. There are reasons for these things. Physics takes no prisoners. Entropy takes no prisoners. It's all quite predictable. But in a way you can't see it until it happens. Which is not the most pleasant of dualities. Something like this. I just like to ramble to myself whenever I have a, what do you call it, sensory deprivation. That's what's on my mind usually. Sketchup becomes kind of a shower simulator. No thoughts. Only do. And then the superego starts talking. And what does the superego have to say? Same thing it's been saying for the last decade. I know what I have to do. I know where I'm going. I know what's going to happen as well. But not in a way that I can predict. So it's a very weird way of explaining it, but that's how it do. Yeah, little things. So little. So small. It's just so many of them is why. That's where the difficulty lies. Because we're humans. We don't make large things. We make many little things into large things. We use many hands. We have large constructs, buildings, dams, aircraft carriers, but no single hand made them. We are small. Too small. And these things are too small. The big things are possible. These things wouldn't exist without vision. These boats, these nuclear-powered planes, things that have never existed. They're all just small things put together to be large. It's just putting things together is all. A ship with a drill. It's really not a complicated concept. Nothing is complicated. We can ogle at their genius. Why didn't I think of that, is the question. It was built from necessity. It grew like that. There is no special secret. Skill is cheap. Anyone can figure out how to make something. Figuring out what to make, that's truly difficult. That's where your mind should be. Not how. What? Then you'll be indispensable. We have enough laborers. We don't have managers. Competent ones anyway. It doesn't take any special genius to do that. It takes... Intelligence is a skill. Knowledge is a skill. You can learn, literally learn intelligence. And that's what you should be cultivating. Think. Become self-aware. Because self-awareness is in very short supply. It's a low bar to You go over. All you need is a little bit of self-awareness. And suddenly, you're running the world. At least on your way to. Which I'm not. I'm not gonna sound high and mighty. Self-awareness can be learned as well. Anyone can do that. It's also very simple. The truth is very simple. There is no complexity in it. The difficulty in lies is in actually doing it. Living truth. And that's where the how comes in. How to live truth. because it does manifest somewhere. And that means to not live in your time. Fight it. Refuse. Refuse your time. Time is the enemy. At least, that's what the superego says. The truth, the real ground truth, is not so simple. Whenever you're trying to split hairs, live in both, finding that middle ground. Because we are human after all. We can't have one. You have to have both. It is a duality. And that's where it gets complicated. How can you live truth while being tethered to your time? Well, we're doing it right now. This is truth, tethered to our time. Small glimpse, small little windows into the future. Previews of what is to come. Anyway, back to reality. There goes gravity. Mom spaghetti. Get kind of carried away. So I really wish someone out there had the mental understanding and patience to suffer through these ideas. To find a peer. Someone that could understand them. And also add to them say what's wrong and what's right, in their opinion. Feedback is valuable. Very valuable. Anyway, I think I've said my piece. Will it have any value? I'm not sure. Because I'm doing this for others living in the time of now, but also for myself in the future. Because I want to know what's going through my mind. Whenever I start categorizing this. When the things of actual value start to happen. The things that matter. The things that will be remembered. So I was wondering, how do other people do it? Only just work, but life. Do they have intellectual discussions? If so, where? And on what? I'm here to learn, but I'm being very deprived of that. I don't care about bare bones basics, Blender tutorials, level design for Kiddos 101, speech class, designs for the lowest common denominator. But then if I went to a university, I'd be indebted to it, literally, and in papers as well. I hate papers. The research I make is what I make for myself. I want to make a thesis. I don't want to go through all the requisites. I want to find truth on my own merits. But through the forum of others. The truth is there to be found. Enough with the research, enough with the mixing up what other people have done. That's what creativity is to people nowadays. Things can come from nothing. Not literally, but in a relative sense. No, you don't need to cognitate. The truth is incredibly simple. But yeah. I just have to look harder, I suppose. Peers are out there. People are smart if you talk to them. People are not dumb. But then sometimes it's just not understanding, either literally or metaphorically, or in just different ways. They can't understand what you're saying, or they just can't understand, as they're not understanding, and they don't want to understand. Intelligence isn't hard to find. Self-awareness is. Who out there is self-aware? No one knows themselves. At least, I haven't found one that does. They're out there. And I bet in a large abundance as well. But where? I think I just need more enrichment, more intellectual stimulation, more cognition, perhaps. It's a skill that can be learned. Ideas are easy to find. Logic can be difficult. Or not difficult, but there's a lot to it. Once again, many small things. There are no large things, just amalgamations of many small things. So this is not proper. Well, there's our product anyway. Not proud of it. Kind of a drag, to be honest. I do these for fun and to enrichen myself and others. But this is kind of one of the least optimal ways to do it. And I knew this was going to happen. I knew this was coming. These streams are better than nothing. But they are not what I should be doing as the main attraction. This is not my truth. They mean nothing. And this is the last model. This is the last small model. The next project is the Beast. And we'll actually do it. Like for real this time. No messing around. No making random geometry. We'll make it. Because, yeah, I'm tired of it. Tired of messing around. These streams are for messing around. They're no fun when no one's around. So, let this be a pivot. Let this be our next grand adventure. And I'm sorry if I can't take everyone for the ride on this adventure, but the destination will be quite the sight to see. Anyway, hope you learned something from this. Hope you glean something, some sort of truth from this, and I apologize for if I say anything silly while I'm doing these things. You get kind of loopy with sensory deprivation. Anyway. Learning experiences. Growing. Figuring out what's proper. Learning how to do. Anyway, hope you enjoyed. Good luck in your own endeavors, and good night.